agreement, there's a process to decommission or dismantle, correct? They can't just step up and do it. They have to meet with the GVI and get approval and everything else. Okay, and then the government of the Virgin Islands will protect its interests.
Certainly.
Okay, so I just want to put that out there so that nobody get no ideas that you could just do what you want. We have, for such a major project, very evasive with answers, no clear plan, in my estimation. Or we're gonna have one unit up, so we'll have 170 employees. When you ramp up and you have all the units up, how many employees are you gonna have? 170? When you get all the units up and running, if you were supposed to get the units up and running, what's your projected employment?
If we were going to operate the entire refinery as LBR, we'll have to have more than 500.
If we were, so you don't know what you are planning to do?
No, the reason why I say we may is because right now this is in phases. The phase 1 is topping operations. That's why we say 173 people.
And what is phase 2?
Phase 2 is the second part where you have cracking systems and desulfurization unit.
How many phases do you have?
That would be 3 phases.
So Jerry, can you request that a detail of the 3 phases be submitted to this body?
Detail of the 3 phases?
Yes. And lastly, the SPV has a board, right? Or how many individuals make up the membership of the SPV?
I'm sorry, sir?
The SPV that was formed, Port Hamilton, you said is an SPV. How many individuals make up that board that's in control of the SPV?
2.
Who are the 2?
Myself and Mr. David Roberts.
Yourself and Mr.
David Roberts.
David Roberts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So hence, you should know all the owners. You came here playing games today, no, Mr. Chambers. I'm playing games, ain't gonna get the refinery reopened because you're not going to have the trust of the people that you're going to be a safeguard or environmentally friendly to the people of the Virgin Islands when basic questions in reference to ownership can't be answered. So I've never seen a hearing like this in which somebody come to invest in the Virgin Islands and can't answer questions and think that apparently, I guess we are just fools in the Virgin Islands, so they could just come and don't say nothing and it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Again, in closing, I ask gentlemen for transparency for the sake of our businesses here on St. Croix and for our workforce. Transparency, transparency, transparency.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for making your way here to the territory to be here with us and provide the information that you have. I'm so sorry. And again, I missed one of my colleagues in his closeout. Senator Carrion, my apologies. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're forgiven, no problem. I have a question. Just trying to figure out, I know it was a business move, but if you can share with us the reason for the creation of the SPV and not West Indies Petroleum assuming ownership, being that is the company that has experience, it's already established in area refining. So share with us that thought process. Why Port Hamilton and not West Indies Petroleum?
Because West Indies Petroleum was, we started out on the basis that I think at the time there was sort of one bidder in it, but looking at the refinery. But by the time we got to the point where the refinery was going to be, that we were going to go to this auction, we needed to have, for David Roberts, for instance, as my partner, and he played an important role in us acquiring it. So we needed to have a special purpose vehicle where there could be more than just one owner And as it turns out, I think there are 5 different entities that own that special purpose vehicle, the names of which I'll provide.
So the decision was made to allow other investors to be part. That's what you're saying.
Yes, sir. We, myself and David Roberts, who is of Excel, we are the primary financial, primary owners of the entity, and then there's, I think, 3 other smaller entities outside of them.
How many shares does Robert have? What's his percentage?
I think 35.
35.
Time.
Okay. Well, clearly, Mr. Chair, just in closing, we need a bit more detail and information. Like we've shared, most of my colleagues express this day. So looking forward to a follow-up discussion where the representatives of these corporations can really be open and share some information that we were missing today that I think is crucial and important for the people of the territory to clearly know who is doing business in the territory. And when it comes to economic development, the health and safety of our people comes first. And I think that is our number 1 priority. We're not opposed to it, but we need to ensure that safety and health of our people are first. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Again, I want to say thank you to the testifiers. Thank you to those of you, too, on the government side for being in attendance. As we continue the business of the people of the Virgin Islands, once again, let's just be transparent. I'll ask the folks holding for Block 2, and that's here in the chambers for Block 2, we're going to take a quick 15-minute recess, and then we will return to Block 2. Mr. Rodriguez, you wanted to say something?
I want to thank you for inviting us and allowing to clarify a few things. I know there's a lot of questions still to be answered, but I would like to extend a formal invitation to you and all the senators to the refinery. You have the invitation from terminal, but they will be explaining just the terminal. And we want to explain the complete configuration of the refinery itself, and how this is going to come up.
Thank you. My staff will be in touch with you, or if you can contact the office so that we could schedule that time, and we'll fit it in to make sure that a majority of the senators can be there. Thank you for that invitation.
No, thank you.
Again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't ask for a closeout to take up any more time. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will recess for 15 minutes. the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Thursday, July 14, 2022 is back on record. Again, good afternoon to all. This morning we heard discussions on the recent sale of the refinery here on St. Croix. However, this afternoon we're talking about different economic development as we work to expand our local agriculture industry. We are about to hear details on the territorial agricultural plan developed by the University of the Virgin Islands through Act number 8404. I must commend our Senate President, Donna Frits Gregory, for spearheading this legislation, and the University of the Virgin Islands for doing a very thorough job, what I consider a very thorough job. And I believe this action plan is a viable tool to help develop our local agriculture industry here in the territory. I'm also hoping that our discussion today will focus on what is necessary from a legislative standpoint to move forward in better supporting our local farmers and growth of the agriculture industry. And as we talk about farming, and agriculture, let's not forget our fishermen. The pandemic and now the rising cost of groceries have once again brought home the importance of increasing local food production here in the territory. I really look forward to this discussion as we have had a tremendous opportunity. We do have a tremendous opportunity before us. I would also like to thank all those here today, especially the farmers, as I know it is very hard to take time away from your crops. Again, thank you, and from your livestock, which requires constant attention. At this time, what I'll do is I'll ask the testifiers that are sitting before me in the legislative chambers to identify yourself and the organization in which you represent, and then we'll go to those that are online, starting with the president from the University of the Virgin Islands. Ladies first.
Good afternoon. I am Summer Sibley Brown, Virgin Islands Good Food Coalition.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dale Brown of Sager Farm, the Virgin Islands. I'm also a member of the task force.
Thank you, and it's always good to put a face to the name. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have heard of you guys' businesses. Starting with Mr. President.
David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands and co-chair of the Agriculture Plan Task Force.
Thank you. Welcome. Next online.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nate Olive with Ridge to Reef Farm and president of the Virgin Island Farmers Alliance, also a member of the Territorial Agricultural Group. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could do me a favor as well, let me know which island district you're on.
St. Croix.
You're on St. Croix. Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Kendra. Good afternoon. I'm Kendra Harris at the University of the Virgin Islands. I'm a member of the Agriculture Plan Task Force. I reside on St. Croix.
Thank you. Yeah, those from the university don't have to say which island, but the farmers, I wanted to know what island district they were representing. Next up.
Yeah, my name is Usma Damam, the Dean for the School of Agriculture and a member of the task force.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Hannah Carty, former Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Agriculture and member of the Territorial Agricultural Plan Task Force.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
I'm Luca Gasperi, co-owner of the Art Farm on St. Croix.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Anyone else? I see Harris, Maynard. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacqueline Maynard, Administrative Assistant for the Agricultural Plan Task Force.
Thank you. You were being shy?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Anyone else? That's it. All right. Mr. President, would you like to lead us in the presentation?
Yes, Chairman Gittens, I can proceed if that is your wish.
Unless you think someone else should go before you, you may.
No,
start.
I'm prepared to go forward.
Okay, I'm sure you're always prepared. I was just wondering if there was another testimony before yours, but you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gittens and members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture and other members of the 34th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is indeed an honor for me to appear before this committee to provide testimony personally in my role as president of the university and on behalf of the VI Agriculture Plan Task Force in regards to the recently submitted Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. The plan was developed by the VI Agriculture Plan Task Force, which I was honored to co-chair with the Commissioner of Agriculture, Commissioner Positive Nelson, and 8 other outstanding and dedicated individuals, which included the following: Dr. Kendra Harris, Dean of the School of Business, Dr. Usman Adamo, Dean of the School of Agriculture, Diana Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner of the VI Department of Agriculture, Hannah Carty, former Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Hirith Wikrima, President of nonprofit organization called Island Green Living Association, Dale Brown, who will be testifying himself, farmer from Sager Farms, Royce Cricky, another farmer who was a member of the committee, who is the owner of Green Ridge Guavaberry Farms, and Nate Olive, who introduced himself, is the director of Ridge to Reef Farms. We were called into existence because of Act 8404, which required Commissioner Nelson and I to develop a plan as outlined in Act 8404. The act was signed in December 2019, and the task force worked tirelessly from March 2020 to December 2020, when the plan was officially submitted to Governor Bryan and to the Senate via the President of the Senate, Donna Fret Gregory. We surveyed farmers and the community, conducted numerous town halls, and consulted with an extensive list of local and national experts. Our work was greatly enhanced by the structure and clarity of Bill 330376, sponsored by Senators Donna Fret Gregory, Janelle Sarro, Kurt Violet, Dwayne DeGraff, Anthonell Bobby Thomas, and Allison DeGazan, and co-sponsored by Stephen Payne. The plan before you is the most comprehensive and publicly engaged plan for agriculture ever developed. We sincerely believe that if implemented, funded, and followed, it would dramatically change the reality of agriculture in the Virgin Islands and make food sovereignty a reality. Time will not permit me to go over every point contained in the plan, so I want to use my time to highlight what I believe are some of the key and transformative aspects of this plan. This does not mean that the other recommendations should not be funded and embraced. First, what will change the approach to agriculture and sustain it over time is creating and funding the Agriculture Advisory Council and the local farm coordinator position. I start here because one of the critical goals of the plan is to broaden the responsibility for agriculture growth in the territory. The proposed broad-based group of leaders, which include farmers, will help ensure that everyone understands that agriculture growth is critical to our existence. In addition, this entity will be responsible for collecting data, reviewing the plan for possible changes, promoting backyard and community gardening, and being a repository and advocate for information relating to agriculture. Therefore, the funding requested and associated with this aspect of the plan and the various responsibilities and activities it must fulfill is a high priority. Second, funding for the 3 business models is essential for progress. Agriculture in the Virgin Islands overall is still in a developmental stage, even though some individuals have been farming for decades and others have large tracts of farmland. If we want a transformation in the way in which the business of agriculture progresses, then the support for the Agriculture Business Center is critical to help farmers at all levels to professionalize their operation and to expand. For those farmers who are able to expand their business in a significant and transformative manner, the creation of the $3 million public-private partnership fund must be established. The third business model of encouraging and supporting the creation of farming cooperatives can allow farmers to work better together and to maximize available resources. The third critical aspect of the plan, from my perspective, is funding additional personnel for the Department of Agriculture, especially the creation of the grant writing staff. This is essential because the issue of water and irrigation is indispensable to our farmers, and the plan has a bold and systematic approach to addressing it. It will take significant resources, and the task force is confident that much, if not all of those resources can be obtained on the federal level. They will not be obtained without a systematic effort of grants being submitted and intensive coordination with the delegate to Congress and the governor, as this present day or present dry period is demonstrating again, access to water is a farmer's greatest need, and that was communicated to us over and over again. Therefore, establishing the water board that is being recommended, funding the grant writers, and local funding to prime the pump as we wait for federal support is extremely critical to addressing the water issue that farmers face. The short-term and long-term recommendations to create a systematic curriculum from pre-kindergarten to college must be embraced. We must start preparing the farmers of the future today. The Senate has already created the funding at the college level, and for that, the university is extremely thankful. But you must now provide a mandate that this must occur on all levels. Embrace the curriculum proposed and provide funding so that the advisory board, working in consultation with the Department of Education and the Board of Education, can implement the vision and blueprint contained in the plan. I also urge you to utilize the insightful analysis provided by the legislative subcommittee of the task force. The subcommittee reviewed all agricultural legislation enacted and provided recommendations regarding which ones are still viable, which ones are viable but unfunded, and which ones that need to be eliminated. And though this body may not be in a position to accept each suggestion now, I urge you to work with the Agriculture Advisory Council once it is established to better examine this blueprint so we have a clearer and more meaningful set of laws governing agriculture in the Virgin Islands. The farming community needs more access to equipment and other items that the plan recommended, but I did not mention in my testimony. However, the farming community needs a resounding message from the Senate and the governor that agriculture matters in ways that it has not mattered in the past. Many farmers support this plan, but some doubt that it will be enacted and properly funded. I am not here to lay blame at anyone's door, but there is a deep level of distrust and cynicism in the farming community. The resounding endorsement of this blueprint, which the farming community and the leaders who are on the committee, on the task force, played a significant role in shaping, will go a long way in restoring that trust and putting the territory on a different path. I realize that this body cannot write a blank check that will fund every recommendation contained in the plan for the upcoming fiscal year. But you can embrace this plan as the blueprint for present and future funding. You can provide funding consistent with these recommendations to get it started, and you can put in place a structure that requires that annually this plan is reviewed and revised as circumstances dictate. The Advisory Council should come before this committee at least annually to update this body and seek your guidance about the progress and direction of the plan. In conclusion, my testimony today does not do justice to all the time, effort, and wisdom contained in the plan. There is so much more that could be discussed and highlighted, but I do believe that my testimony does justice to the spirit of this moment. Today, this committee can take the next major step on the journey towards food security for the people of the territory. You started us on this journey with the passage of Bill 330376. You can now take us further down the road by enacting this plan and providing funding to get it started. Please keep in mind that this is a long-distance journey that will require ongoing consultation and support. The work we do now is not just for us, but for generations that will need to be fed after we are gone from these chambers and from this earth. So let us collectively plant seeds that will feed the future and let them be fed by the hands, minds, and ingenuity of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for listening, and I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, President Hall. Any other testimony on your end? Or anyone online? Any testimony from anyone online? If none, we'll
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable members of the Senate and Virgin Islanders, thank you for having me here. The Virgin Islands Farmers Alliance is a nonprofit founded in 2018 dedicated to support farmers and farm families, provide education about farming, and ensure the sustainable future growth of the agricultural industry in the Virgin Islands. Our 90-plus members are scattered across the territory, and we collaborate with a lot of the main farms to deliver fresh produce to the territory's Farm to School program. Today, I speak to you as the elected president of the Virgin Island Farmers Alliance and also a professional farmer in the Virgin Islands for nearly 2 decades as the director of Ridge to Reef Farm. More than ever, it is time to create a sustainable local food system in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Along with sustainable fishing, a robust agriculture industry is necessary for our society to flourish as we face challenges of today and the future. The Virgin Island Agricultural Plan sets a bold vision for the creation of such an industry that is inclusive of Virgin Islanders, provides many new jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities locally, and has the potential to recapture hundreds of millions of dollars of economic revenue that is otherwise leaked out of the territory annually due to an addiction to food imports. I strongly support the adoption of the agricultural plan by the Senate. Additionally, I offer 3 important considerations to add into future legislation created to codify the plan. First, embrace and support environmentally sustainable forms of agriculture that are proven to work in the Virgin Islands, such as regenerative organic agriculture. Second, create legal provisions that prevent government intrusion into the agricultural marketplace so that small farmers are not placed in a competitive market disadvantage or have their opportunities co-opted by the government itself. Third, prioritize support to farmers that have been at this since donkey years to expand their operations and train the next generations. Avoid prioritizing in shiny object technology-driven agricultural approaches that have never been independently adopted by Virgin Island farmers as proven economically sustainable operations. Please support the existing Virgin Island farmers of today so that we may have a viable food culture industry for the future. Support the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Olive, it is?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else online with a testimony? If not, we'll proceed.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. Is this time for me to testify?
Yes, you have a prepared testimony, you may.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, everybody, honorable members. So, first of all, I think the plan is, it's a lot of work, and I really appreciate all the hard work that everyone has put into it. I just want to make a few comments. I farm on the south shore of St. Croix, and we've been in an extreme drought. So I was very happy to see so much emphasis on water, because without water, none of this is possible. As far as amending or repealing Title 7.7, I just wanted to point out is, I think, very, very important. It's about resource management, and I truly believe that with climate change and the increasing heat we're gonna experience, we need to respect trees when they're alive, but also when they're dead. And so this talks about that, and I think it's important that we hold on to that, amend it, fix it if we need to, but definitely should not be repealed. We need to, you know, after the hurricanes, a lot of wood, which is really a resource for farmers as mulch, got mixed with plastic because there was a big push to get the money from, you know, if you brought a bin of waste, you got paid for that bin of waste. There was a lot of greed, and people were rushing to fill the bins with whatever, and trees would be separate from plastic and oil and stuff like that. It's obvious to all of us, but it wasn't done. And so most of the mulch that was produced after the hurricane was so contaminated that it was basically useless. So I think it's important that we respect those resources that we do have. And as far as business models in the plan, I just wanted to encourage local ownership. There's a lot of interest from people that do not have a true commitment to the island's long-term well-being. There's a lot of people, I think you know what I mean by that. It's short-term gains.
Sir, let me ask you, your testimony that you're reading from, did you provide that to my office, or you're just speaking?
I did, and I apologize, but it came through this afternoon.
What came through this afternoon?
I spoke to Aretha, and I emailed it to her.
Okay.
She has it.
So you did provide a written testimony, and you're reading from that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll share
Yes.
that. I'll share that with with my colleagues and the reporter. But we're supposed to be following you, and we're having a hard time because we're not in possession of it right now. But we'll get it. You may continue though. You're almost concluded.
I'm not, but I'll follow your lead. If you want me to, if you give me a time, I will work with that time.
Go ahead and conclude. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. So as far as the farm coordinator with the plan, I think it's possible to merge the farm coordinator with the advisory committee. I look at this plan and I look at all the jobs it's going to create, and that's great, but sometimes there's more money made supporting farmers.
Sir, I'm gonna have to interrupt you again. If you're gonna read from your testimony, I need for you to read verbatim and stop just putting in your own thoughts as you go along, because the reporter is gonna have to follow what you're saying and look at what your testimony is, and you're saying something totally different. So if you can stick to the testimony, I'll appreciate that. And please put your name and the entity that you're speaking on behalf of on the record once more as you continue to conclude your statement.
Okay. This is Luca Gasperi. I'm co-owner of the Art Farm on St. Croix. I'm trying to conclude for you, so I'm going to see. I just wanted to point out for the water to continue. Okay, as far as the food symbol, there was a symbol that was decided on.
Where are you in your testimony? Page 1, 2, or 3?
I'm in page 3. So I'm gonna read it directly now.
It's the one that says.
As far as the
1 second, sir. Colleagues, is the one that says Luca Gasperi, Art Farm LLC. All right. So you're on page 3. Which paragraph?
It's the 3rd paragraph.
Okay. Please go from there and then conclude. It's just that the stenographer is having a hard time following you because you're putting in your own thoughts as you go along.
Okay. As far as the food symbol, my favorite out of the 3 is number 1, but it needs some changes. It needs to be simplified. It needs to have correct local fruit on it, and the depiction of the land being used all the way up to the shoreline is very much a practice that should not be encouraged. Waterways should always be protected by a significant barrier to keep soil erosion from reaching the water. To continue on that thought, there is a general practice of cultivating way more land than can be planted and managed. I think we need to revisit the idea of pushing for larger plantings and larger production. If the farmer cannot properly manage the crop, it will become a negative. There will be wasted resources, fuel, carbon, etc. Water use. I'm ecstatic that there is a large portion of this plan dedicated to water. That is one of our resources that we have to treat with a lot more respect. What I wanted to add was the encouragement of the following: water infiltration, slowing down runoff, focusing on recharging water table. Can I read this last page, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Our best chance of rebooting agriculture on our islands is to recharge our groundwater. Every drop of water that lands should percolate down into our water table. Obviously, water that goes through our towns is of a lesser quality, but even that water can be reused. I think as climate change continues to impact our region, the predictions are for us to get drier and drier. And I think we're gonna have to use our treated wastewater. I'm in favor of figuring out a way to create a wetlands with the wastewater where the water can recharge the water table under it. Look at electric vehicles for water trucking. It kills me every time I get a load of water when I think about all the diesel that is being burnt up and adding to climate change. These are things that we should think about more. We're not just the victims of climate change, we are also creating it by our choices. I think farmers can use help with water storage if there's a way for a bulk order of water buffaloes, and then UV protections for those water buffaloes so that they last a long time and we don't create more waste for our landfill. And as far as ag education, I think the best way to encourage future farmers is to make our current farmers thrive. I would encourage extra emphasis on the sustainable ag program. Students need to realize the possible effects of their actions on the greater picture. And as far as the ag plan goes, I'm very happy that so much energy has been spent. I thank everyone that has spent their time. And in a nutshell, I would look at ways to make it more holistic in its approach so that everything is connected, because everything is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaspari. Ms. Summers, you may proceed.
I don't know if you guys have the latest version. I abbreviated it because it was kind of long. Can I read from the latest, or you want me to go from the one this morning?
Did you email it?
3 of them.
Huh?
I email out 3 of them, but I don't know which one you
No,
have.
I mean the latest one.
Yes,
Okay.
the shortest one.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Giddens and esteemed members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. I am Summer Sibley Brown, the founder and executive director of Virgin Islands Good Food Coalition, Inc. I also serve in several roles in leadership in the food system and agricultural spaces, both locally and nationally. In the local context, I serve as a founding member and co-chair of the Territorial Agricultural Group, which is a informal farmer network composed of representatives from farmer-supported organizations and individual producers. I'm also a proud member of the St. Croix Foundation Nonprofit Consortium Advisory Board and Environmental Sector. And nationally, I serve as an advisor to the Ohio State University Food Resilience Playbook Development Team, and I am the advisory board chair for the National Farm to School Network. Virgin Islands Good Food Coalition is a place-based nonprofit organization dedicated to building a thriving local food economy that supports USVI farmers, fishers, and food producers, and ensures healthy, good food is accessible to every resident in our territory. Our organization was founded in 2012 to advance the transformation of the Virgin Islands food system to a more self-reliant, culturally relevant, and racially just food economy. We hold a unique role in the VI community, working to bridge the gap between VI consumers, producers, government, private industry, policymakers, and leverage resources to facilitate long-term change in the VI food system. Throughout my 12 years as an advocate for the development of the territory's food system, I have gleaned a lot about the relationship it takes to grow a healthy food system that is robust, economically viable, and just. It is with this experience and love for the Virgin Islands and my community that I offer recommendations for this committee's consideration as it determines next pertinent steps to move this plan forward. It is my position that with the proper processes and community engagement, the VI Agriculture Plan can be the impetus for the establishment of a thriving local food economy. As highlighted in the plan, there is increasing urgency to address the fragility of the territory's food system. It is imperative that we prepare for climate disruptions, supply chain breakdown, and long-term impacts of the war in Ukraine and the impending post-pandemic recession. Now more than ever, we need to build capacity in the food system, and it is important to build capacity to support this plan across the community, as well as the fortification of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. My position is this plan is the right action, happening at the right time. Now it is time to ensure it is executed with the right process. This is the point where we must include the voices of those most knowledgeable on our community's food system, our farmers. It is my overarching desire to see this plan expand its efforts to engage a wider section of community stakeholders, to integrate more voices into this version of the plan and expand the scope to a comprehensive food system plan. Commissioner Nelson said that food is an inflexible commodity. I would like to add to his comment that in modern society, it is also an invisible process. There are several critical steps to getting food on our plates, and the average citizen in our territory and nation are unaware of these steps. The people in this community with the most knowledge of this process are our farmers. We have established producers that have extensive knowledge of the process, barriers, and pathways to sustaining viable agricultural businesses in an environment where they have not been prioritized. My hope is that if nothing else is heard today, that this committee receives that the next phase of this plan is robust civic engagement, which is necessary for this plan to be successful. This calls for us to dive more deeply, not just into the language of Act 8404 and the plan, but to assess the spirit of the legislation, which calls for sovereignty, which means we are centering this process on people. I applaud the foresight and the timing of the bill sponsored by Senator Donna Fred Gregory and commend the task force for the time and dedication to executing the mandates of the legislation. I now suggest that we open up the plan for larger community feedback. On Mandate 1, I recommend before final repeal of any of those decisions, this body conduct focus groups with relevant community stakeholders on each island to review the agricultural legislations that are suggested for repeal to ensure the perspectives of all impacted groups are included. Mandate 2, my suggestion for Mandate 2, contract a rural sociologist to determine the cultural nuances and barriers that affect the transfer of new behaviors, practices, and programs within our agricultural community. We need to determine not only if the suggested business models are viable for the territory, but if they are suitable for the community that they serve, and what are the conditions and supports needed to be created for successful implementation. On Mandate 3, I have no comment. Mandate 4, we need to work through the existing community foundations that have established infrastructure, track record, and relationships. Consider the role of the UVI Research and Technology Park Fund for Agricultural Progress that they're building to support agriculture and farmers as part of the Sustainable Tech Development. Mandate 5, shift the advisory committee core composition to focus on farm and food businesses working in the territory that share experiences and needs directly back with the local food and farm coordinator at the Department of Agriculture. The power of this model of committee structure is its boots on the ground's insight, solution, and ownership of a government process. It is critical that the committee has access to key players in government, and I suggest we increase the number from 9 to 15 members to allow space for more community representation. Number 4, on the local Mandate 6, the local food symbol. We need to contract a marketing and branding firm to support the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture Marketing Division to develop a local brand and marketing plan. Investing in the overall marketing and branding for local food is critical for shifting consumption patterns, and it is imperative that that branding is representative of our territory and our values. Mandate 7. We need to appropriate funding for Act 7162, the Farm to School program, Act 7532, Agriculture in the Classroom, develop an interagency group to work on the immediate implementation of K-12 ag curriculum while the other parts of this are developing a new framework. Appropriately fund the Future Farmers of America, 4-H, and other relevant youth activities and programs to create interest in agriculture and the conservation field. Mandate that the Food and Advisory Board outlined in the plan meet with the VI Career and Technical Education Board, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Board of Education at least twice a year. Appropriate additional funding for the UVI School of Agriculture to invest in a recruitment decision. Create an agriculture workforce development plan to be housed within the Department of Labor in consultation with the VI Department of Agriculture and the Vision 2040 planners. Host an interagency annual meeting on each island with producers to determine workforce needs and skill. Additionally, I would like to highlight that there is an immediate need to address the current workforce shortage for agricultural producers. If we are to meet the 2% growth per year goals that are benchmarked in the plan. At this time, the Virgin Islands is based on a disaster recovery economy, which affords the opportunity for unskilled laborers to possibly enter the workforce, making $15 to $18 an hour with benefits. The average farmer in our community cannot compete with this economic practice. The VI farmers are also being impacted by prolonged drought, which is causing them to spend on more water resources while they are guaranteed to have less production with no assistance. This adds to a farmer's inability to recruit or maintain employees. For the plan to be effective, we have to look at immediate solutions to support farmers being able to operate their business and maintain autonomy. What measure can this body put in place within those confines to support labor needs for farmers now? We need to build a cadre of professionals and entrepreneurs necessary to power a food system. Mandate 8, I have no recommendations. I do have additional recommendations that came out of the executive summary. We need to conduct more farm tours to assess viability of production practice. In the plan, the key listed activities names, it was stated that the team visited one location on St. Croix to ascertain the viability of a specific production practice. However, based on the 2018 U.S. Census, we have 565 farmers in the USVI. We need a diverse array of practices. A diverse array of practices need to be explored. I recommend they use an appropriate sample size of farmers and collect information on their practices and determine how to enhance the viability of existing mechanisms. While I encourage new technologies, such as controlled environment agriculture, aquaculture, and hydroponics, due to our limited space and climate vulnerability, I still believe we need to continue to hold space and support farmers who choose traditional and ancestral agroecological production practices that are sustainable and in relationship with the land. We need to leverage existing plans and increase interagency input and collaboration. The plan indicates that EDA's Vision 2040 was reviewed along with a copy of the processing center feasibility. I recommend that the agriculture plan does not stand alone and becomes a cross-sector report. A cross-sector report should be initiated to align all plans and explore where joint endeavors exist and how timelines and key activities intersect. I believe the plan needs to include a resiliency section to explore production in times of disaster when natural, prolonged climate disturbances or man-made disasters that at the oil refinery, rum distillery, or seabound oil spills, and etc. affect us. Additionally, I recommend that the VI Territorial Emergency Management Agency use the plan to inform their emergency response in times of disaster, and that the Department of Planning and Resources integrate their watershed project into the applicable parts of the agriculture plan. This is the last recommendation. I recommend that we extend the community engagement process. During this process, there were 3 food security town hall hybrid meetings and 1 farmer group forum that gave farmers the opportunity that gives farmers the opportunity to provide their feedback. Community engagement is necessary to ensure community ownership. While there are positive comments in the town hall chat, elected officials and local governments have essential roles to play in ensuring key stakeholders who are most impacted by policy have adequate opportunities to meaningfully engage and contribute. This first iteration of the plan, producers were informed, but space for their feedback needs to be provided. I strongly believe that unless we have a comprehensive community engagement and community awareness campaign that rolls out over time with opportunities for integration, this plan will not impact the community the way it hopes. We need to define the key terms referenced in the Act. 8404 and the Agriculture Plan in an effort to create common language and parameters for evaluation. The next step in the process is defining food security and food sovereignty and what we mean when we say ecologically sound and sustainable, as well as parameters for local and how it is applied across processes and institutional purposes. Build parameters for the framework for sustainable, safe, regenerative practices to support our sovereignty. It is my concern that if we do not put in place regulations and frameworks for sustainable, safe, regenerative agricultural practices, then we do not meet the spirit and intention of Act 8404 and the plan with its roots in food security and sovereignty. This plan should promote bottom-up economic development practices in the territory and ensure that it's first elevating the resourcing of local producers and Virgin Islanders who are seeking opportunities to engage in agricultural business. It should ensure that we do not foster monocrop agriculture and industrial agricultural practices because we are a small swath of land and our topsoil, water table, and surrounding reefs are vulnerable to long-term damage and erasure. In closing, agricultural production is one part of a complex whole that is our food system. Our food system consists of production, processing, transformation, distribution, consumption, and resource management. The system is governed by economic principles of supply and demand, and in its highest form, it's driven by the principles of equity, wellness, education, policy, environment, and economic prosperity. I have read the comments from the town halls, and I've also had conversation with producers who assert that the time is now and the proposed plan is a good start. In my role as a sentinel for farmers and food system advocates and an environmental steward, I must advocate for the resources to create direct positive impacts for producers, current, and those to come. Food systems are about interconnectivity and interdependence. All parts of the system are in relationship, and we need to build capacity simultaneously. The majority of my recommendations are relational, and I invite the opportunity to add new voices to this process. I would like to commend co-chairs Dr. Hall, Commissioner Nelson, and the VI Agricultural Plan Task Force for their extensive, thoughtful work on the plan, and also being responsive to the request and advocacy for producers to be added in November of 2021. I'm especially grateful to Dale Brown of Saja Farms, Royce Creaky of Green Ridge Guava Berry Farm, Nate Olive, the director of Ridge to Reef Farm, who stepped forward not just to advocate for the inclusion of farmers, but has been committed to a part of this process. Finally, thank you, Senator Giddens, for the opportunity to testify before the 34th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture to offer applicable information on determining appropriate next steps.
Thank you, Ms. Sibley Brown. Next up, you may start. Saja Farms. Good afternoon.
I'd like to say all praise and thanks to the Most High God. And good morning, Chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, and to all the members of the Committee of the 34th Legislature, and a blessed good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I am glad to be testifying on the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. This plan has come 56 years on the yearly demise of our territory agriculture industry, and well deserving to be addressed. I'm in support of the plan. The agriculture plan is a step to bring us back where we have left off so long ago. The agriculture plan is not perfect, but in my opinion, it's a living, working document, so changes can be made. which could be improved with time as we move along. There are two mandates I would like to briefly address: the comprehensive regulatory framework, the business model for profitability and sustainability, and of course, local food consumption. The comprehensive regulatory framework recommendations. The recommendations is for the laws that regulate the industry through the Department of Agriculture to be funded, amended, repealed, or combined. The duties of the Commissioner of Agriculture is extensive and requires the manpower to assist in carrying it out. This is extremely vital for the department to carry out this mandate and providing the services the department provides. The business model recommendation. The recommendation for this model is on target in providing for small traditional farms to diversify and to adapt to our business models that improve their capacity by employing different agricultural components that attract local and visitors alike. Most of these farms are on public lease land from the Department of Agriculture and are in two categories of production: crop and livestock. So therefore, these farmers have the opportunity to improve their farm operation by diversifying, if they choose to, by adding other agricultural components to improve their income. But first, there will have to be an investment to improve the infrastructure to accommodate the public. Local food consumption. It is said that locally, 97% of the United States Virgin Islands food supply is imported according to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. So therefore, we must be producing 3%. We do need the Bureau of Economic Research to provide a dollar amount and the actual cost of the 97% food import. There is a low consumption of local food in the territory, and most patrons who want to purchase local grown food has become bewildered when purchasing local grown food and to be told by a vendor it is locally grown when it's not. To help push of local food consumption, we need to consider the following government entities: Department of Education, Human Services, Bureau of Correction, Department of Health, that have active contract kitchens, facilities to purchase needed produce from local grown farmers, local grown sources. This will encourage farms to begin to produce a larger variety of locally grown food needed to suffice these departments and the community's demand. And in closing, local food production is imperative. If we ask ourselves, what have we eaten this morning that composed of any local food production? Lunch, dinner, or throughout the day. So it's very important that we all do participate in order to push this consumption of local food. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Well put together. Good points from our farmers. Again, thank you for this input. I'm wondering, because a lot of this information is very good information. Starting with Ms. Sibley Brown, have you all had the opportunity to share your recommendations with the Ag Plan Task Force?
No, not this round of feedback, no.
Okay. So hopefully you'll make contact with them so that they can incorporate some of your recommendations once you all agree. How about you, Mr. Brown? Were you able to?
I am part of the task force. I did not go into details because I know Dr. Hall would be testifying, and our testimony are definitely in support of the development of the plan. I think we do consider the plan that it's not going to be an overnight thing. So incorporating and listening to Summer Sibley, those are some of the things that will eventually affect the plan. Okay. And it has to be strategically incorporated over a period of time. Because of the neglect and the disregard for the industry over the years, this has created a bewildered amount of money that has to be supplied in getting us back to where we need to be.
Okay.
So then it has to be strategically.
How about, okay, thanks. How about you, Mr. Gasperry? Were you able-
No, I did not.
Okay.
My testimony today is, yeah, it hasn't been given to the planning committee.
Okay, and
Has not.
Dr. Olive?
Yes, sir. We, after the planning committee had begun the task force, me and Dale and some other farmers, most members of the territorial agricultural group, we requested to have farmer presence, and they swung open the door and allowed us to be involved in the process. So my feedback has been included, but also my feedback is specific to the legislature codifying some of the components. And so what you see in my testimony is some further suggestions to make it flexible enough to be supportive of local farmers.
Okay, thank you. And before we start the open up the round for 5 minutes for each senator, let me recognize the presence of our committee member, the Senate President, Donna Fred Gregory, who we spoke about in the intro in this block, who is the chief sponsor for the agricultural plan. Thank you and welcome. Senator Francis, Vice President, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for your comprehensive testimony in regards to agriculture plan. This afternoon, I certainly appreciate hearing of the testimony and can really understand the seriousness of this particular issue. And, I totally agree with the assertion that we should be having more and more robust civic discussion in respect to how do we move this agriculture forward that we've been talking about for a number of years. I want to take this opportunity also to thank God for rain. I know that we've been lacking rain for quite some time, and we're certainly happy to see some rainfall that will aid. As a matter of fact, the legislature we're just having conversation in respect to subsidizing some of providing some funding to assist our farmers with some water supply because we saw that we were really heading towards a drought. So appreciate the rain coming. I also want to commend the bill sponsor of 8404, Senator Fred Gregory, and all the other bill sponsors that join on with her in respect to coming up with this agriculture comprehensive plan. Over the years, as we continue to campaign, we always hear about this, this issue of agriculture and how best to be able to address that. In my simple contribution, when I came in, I think might have been in the 32nd legislature or so, I had moved legislation, Act 8529, which earmarked a percentage of the budget to be increased on an annual basis to the Department of Agriculture for the purpose, again, for us to ensure the same conversation that we're having here today: food security, land preparation, equipment purchases, and those areas. And I know that we saw where there was a $2 million increase in the last budget, and we continue to really monitor that so that we could see. I think it was earmarked. Initially, I talked about 1%, 2%, and go up, but when we realized that would have been a tremendous amount of the government's total budget of 1-point-something billion, so we scaled it back and it's 0.25%, which allowed for $2 million, and then it went up the next year to 0.50%, which will drive it up to about $4 million in that area. So we want to continue to monitor that. But I have long advocated and supported a mandate for our local schools, hospital, the Bureau of Corrections, as well as the prison, to be able to first engage our local farmers. My concern have always been, or the argument that have always been brought forth, is whether or not we'll have sufficient supply to be able to provide those agencies with the necessary food. What is your thought on that, Mr. Brown?
The possibility is there. And if farmers get if the word gets out that is required, then I think farmers will step up. Production is one that has to be planned, and if you were to say, as of from February of next year or January of next year, the Bureau of Correction or the hospital will begin engaged in purchasing these local food products, then farmers will say, okay, great. Now, the problem that you can have with that is that there must be an amount requested so that farmer don't overproduce or you don't have too much of one product into the community. So anything that is excess that's going to that entity, the excess could be sold into the community.
All right.
So it has to be a planned process.
And I'll tell you that I've seen in our community where there's a lot community gardens, box gardens that's really been developed. We have some of our supermarkets that actually designate a portion for local food industry. You know, a lot of the, we saw where Rogers Farm, for example, provide for our seniors. You know, so there is a market for it. And I think that the conversation that's being had most recently, even in this body, you know, there's a real serious contemplation of how do we move the agriculture needle. I know that there's a symposium legislation, for example, that my colleague had offered, Senator James, had offered in respect to us being able to bring the highlights, bring other individuals from within the Caribbean to have the symposium. We have the comprehensive plan. We talk about the, you know, the increase in the budget for agriculture. So, you know, there is a serious discussion. I wanted to get Nate real quickly. I hear my time being called, but I wanted to get Dr. Olive to weigh in on the issue of you know, designating or mandating some those agencies to actually go towards local food before you know, before my time ran out.
Yes, thank you. The question you asked to Dale, I wanted to respond to that. It's the same similar line here, is that, you know, Ridge to Reef Farm, we've had contracts with the school system since 2014, working in partnership with the VI Good Food Coalition and the Department of Education for the farm to school lunch program. So we work with, you mentioned Rogers Farm, he's a main supplier, also Tropics Hydroponics, Ridge to Reef, New Breed Farm, other farms that we regularly aggregate from to deliver. One of the issues, like you mentioned, is the chicken or the egg. Is the produce going to be available when it's ordered? That has been the problem that we've been working on in the past years of these contracts. And so the main thing to understand is that to grow the amount that's needed for this large institutional market, we need either orders that are placed out ahead of time enough for us to produce and aggregate those to get them into the market reliably, and or we need alternative institutional buying markets who are also buying the same types of things in case they're not going to buy it and we can put it into another market. Otherwise, there's not really any other markets of those sizes in the Virgin Islands. So if a farmer grows 10,000 pounds of watermelons and the school decides not to buy that month, then he'll be stuck with them and he might go out of business. So we need more diversity in large buyer markets to fix the problem of the chicken or the egg.
Very well, thank you for
but to say if it should be required, I don't know, but it should definitely be encouraged, because sometimes I think it might not be possible to get it in. And what matters is that the kids eat vegetables. That's the bottom line. So if we can get it to them, that would be the best.
Yeah, I'd like to see us move it up a notch and not just encourage, but really to demand it, because, you know, I think that the strongly encourage or whatever wouldn't suffice. I think that we have to actually mandate it, you know, from this branch in order for it to happen. Mr. Chair, I know my time has been called. If I just have two quick more points. Thank you for your indulgence, sir. So the other issue or the other mention that I wanted to say was the Dr. Hall. Certainly UVI, I want to thank you for your testimony here today, and really for taking agriculture seriously. I you know, I always appreciate your testimony in respect to this. Even when you rolled out the comprehensive plan that have been put together, I could see the passion in this particular issue. I know that you have certainly reopened the discussion in regards to agriculture and the agriculture school. And I certainly appreciate that. I wanted to conclude this particular round by asking Summer Sibley Brown to just quickly, can you talk about how do we reach the farmers and provide somewhat of a conduit by which their voices could be heard? It's impossible for us to be able to hear from all of the farmers directly, but what is the conduit by which we could try to put together some voice, some representation, agriculture czar or somebody that will be able to speak on the behalf of agriculture rather than make everybody have their own agendas, right? So how do we then harness that so that we could have one consortative voice coming forward?
I really believe in producer-led advocacy, and so right now the Territorial Agriculture Committee group, which Dale, Nate, and I are also part of, farmers are calling themselves together to have conversations. So I don't think it's about us trying to convene them. I think it's about receiving the information they put together. So if we could break down this plan and take it by sections, and maybe once a month different groups of farmers are looking at it, I think it's about maybe not full legislative hearings, but when they call themselves together, if you have representatives from your staff or team or other government agencies who insert themselves into their processes, there is greater reach. They're working to organize and build capacity to share information differently. And then within the agriculture plan, the local food and farm coordinator, I believe would share some of that role as that community liaison. So that would be the person who would then go and attend all of these hopefully producer-led meetings. I think that's what the structure is lending to bring information back to the advisory board, which would then eventually report to this body in whatever intervals you eventually codify.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized. Thank you so much for your patience.
So much for your time. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, to the people of the territory. Well, I kind of differ with my colleague a little bit that I do believe that the farmers should have gotten the 1%, because at the end of the day, we only need food and we need air. And if we can't have those two things, our bodies don't exist. It just is what it is. And until we start to get serious about agriculture, in my opinion, and really force the issue where it is essentially a part of who we are as a people, we're going to keep having the conversation as to the need of things instead of it just being who we are. I want to ask a question when it spoke to the business development mandates. How are these potentially going to be put out there in different programs and training for the farmers? Because it's one thing for us to grow food, but they also need to know how to market it, get it in the right places. How are these programs going to be put out? Afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is President Hall. I will attempt to answer that question from the perspective of the task force. The three business models we see as relating directly to various farmers. So creating this agriculture business center means that we will be providing the resources to work with farmers at every stage of their development to be able to not only professionalize more their own operation, but to understand better how to connect what they're doing to those entities that will be buying their produce, and making sure that they are complying with all laws and health and safety measures. So, and it will be available on an ongoing basis once it's implemented.
Okay.
The public-private
Go ahead.
And just to give, the public-private partnership is more a strategic fund where if a farmer feels that they can greatly enhance their productivity or greatly enhance their operation in general, they can come to this fund. The guidelines will have to be flushed out and indicate, I need an investment of $500,000 or I need an investment of $100,000. And with that, I could do what the Vice President just indicated, which is meet the needs of the Department of Correction or meet the needs of the schools to provide lunches. But I can't do that with my present capital.
Okay.
But with this infusion of funds, I can triple what I'm doing or double what I'm doing.
Definitely.
And so that's just two examples of how a farmer would be able to access these resources that the plan calls for.
But do you guys have a timeline for the potential completion of this before you think it would be feasible and really put out into the public so farmers can take advantage of it?
Well, our timeline is yours. We want the plan to be implemented and we want it to be funded. And once it is funded, we would be able, and that's why this advisory committee is so critical, because it will oversee the implementation of all of these aspects. And so with the funding in hand and the advisory council established, then our hope would be that at the beginning of the new fiscal year, assuming funding is provided, that this plan can become operational. Not fully. It's going to take time to put all of these pieces in place. But that is the message that we're asking the Senate first and the governor to send, which is this is our blueprint. It's not perfect. There are ways in which we can enhance it over time, but this is our blueprint. We're putting funding behind it, and we're going to march in that direction. And if in a year we find out that there needs to be some tweaking, then we come back and we make those changes.
And we definitely need to make sure that we literally put our money where our mouth is, because at the end of the day, we cannot survive without food. It is just the whole long and short of it. And one of the things, especially when it comes to the farmers themselves, I know while you guys are on the task force and this committee putting everything together, how have you actually had the farmers' voices be heard? I know my colleagues spoke about how to reach out to them, but in the process, how many farmers have, for example, been able to be a part of this process to get this information and data that you need and putting the plan together?
Quite a number. We sent out surveys to all farmers that we had information on. I think it was close to 170 farmers who filled out the survey. We did town halls where individuals could come and share their comments. We created a website so that people could share information. And then when we had the draft plan, we created another town hall so that people could react, farmers in particular could react. As was indicated, we had 3 farmers on the task force, and they contributed greatly to the plan that is before us. But I would agree that the spirit of this plan is that they have to always be at the table. They have to be guiding what we're doing. There are no ideas here that those of us who are non-farmers are promoting. We are taking what the farming community said to us, and we are saying back to the entire community and today to the Senate, this is what the farmers feel needs to be addressed. So these are not just my ideas.
Thank you.
I am a spokesperson for what we heard at the forums, in the surveys, et cetera.
Mr. Chair, may I ask my final question? Thank you.
You may wrap up.
The last thing I want to find out has to do, have you guys done an assessment for the total amount of farmers within the Virgin Islands? And potentially what kind of marketing would be a part of this plan to encourage others to do farming? It might not be part of their profession, but you have, the backyard farmers, farmers that you could educate and teach to be potentially, you have 20 of them, and collectively they could sell their products to a larger company. Is any of this part of the plan, and is it going to be something that you potentially might implement? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Yeah, it is directly a part of the plan. The farming cooperatives that are being recommended is consistent with what you just said, farmers coming together so that they could be able to address a greater need that exceeds what they could do individually. The local farm and food coordinator, part of their responsibility is to promote more backyard farming, more community farming, because the vision is that, yes, we want to support the farming community, but we also want to encourage people who are not in farming to be responsible for contributing to us reducing that 97% of imports down to something more manageable and then eliminating it altogether.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Heiliger. In respect to the 1%, again, that was my proposal for it to be 1%. But in this body, you learn to compromise. And, you know, the 1% would have accounted for a little bit over $10 million. And while somebody said that that's fine, again, we have to be able to share the pie across the spectrum. So hence, you know, I had to make the compromise. And when these get better, then we could always move the amount up a little bit. All right. Senator James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Greetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Let us get straight to the point. So the agricultural plan is now completed. Dr. Hall or anyone who can answer, did anyone a part of this task force met with the governor as a result of the implementation of this agricultural plan? And what was the feedback from the governor, commitment from the governor as far as execution? President Hall, anyone?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for that question. The task force members submitted the plan to the governor once we were finished. We also organized a meeting with the governor to discuss the plan, and we gave a PowerPoint presentation that summarized it. He certainly indicated his general interest and support of it. I don't think he made any specific commitment, but he certainly is aware
Mr. Hall,
of it. He had
President
questions.
President Hall, let me stop you right there. And
yes.
I understand what you're saying, and you're being politically correct. I want to know if there's anything that came down from the executive branch, something in writing, any level of commitment saying this is the path moving forward, there's some level of understanding, ready to execute, anything of that nature, or was it just a presentation and shaking of hands and everybody went home?
Well, because it was virtual, there was no shaking of hands. And to answer your question specifically, we have not received something in writing indicating that this is the path forward.
And that's exactly what I thought. Thank you for the answer. Now, because you made mention, can't remember who it was. Yes, you made mention in your testimony that, however, the farming community needs a resounding message from the Senate and the governor that agriculture matters in a way that it has not mattered in the past. That is the reason why I asked you the question. Because if you received a favorable response from the governor or some letter from the governor, you would not have written this. The legislature already have done their part as far as passing the legislation, and I want to commend the good Senate President for passing this legislation. But as we pass legislation, it speaks to enforcement, and as we know, the executive branch is the enforcement branch of government, and that is why I specifically asked you that question. But I'm not going to belabor the issue. I just want to make sure that there's implementation, and Positive Nelson, you know, you're my mentor, you're my good buddy and everything, but I wish he was here today. Who is here in replace of him? Who is representing Positive Nelson today? Commissioner Nelson? Anyone? No one? No one from the Department of Agriculture, and we're discussing an agriculture plan. That is what I'm talking about. So no one is here, Mr. Chair.
No, senators, no representation. Senator Nelson was invited. However, he's not here.
Mr. Chair, I resolve the balance of my time. There's nothing to really talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James.
May I just comment quickly that the Department of Agriculture was here earlier. They did have to leave because of a meeting. And I apologize. This is Hannah Carty, former Deputy Commissioner, Department of Agriculture. They have a meeting with the NRCS, which was scheduled prior to this hearing. But the testimony given by Dr. Hall fully encompassed the message that they were willing to share today. So I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you, Ms. Carty, for that. Next, we'll go to Senator Potter. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Senator Potter.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to really thank all of the testifiers who are here today for their very thoughtful testimonies, very thoughtful presentation, and your love and your concern for agriculture is quite evident. In my 18 months of office, I would say that I've discovered that the two major issues that negatively impacts our ability to implement good, sound public policy is, one, our failure to adequately fund an issue, a project, a bill, and our failure to identify the party who will drive the implementation after the bill is passed. Very often we celebrate and we're very pleased when a bill is passed, but it's another issue after it leaves here to have an entity with the will, with the force, with the determination to make it happen. And that brings me to my first question, and I'm going to ask Dr. Hall this question. In your view, Dr. Hall, what is the very first aspect of this plan that we are to immediately fund, just to give this plan a fighting chance?
Well, if we had to go in order, as I indicated in my testimony, I think we have to create the advisory council, because that's the new structure. And you need to have those people in place so they can drive this with the food and farming coordinator, working with them to make sure that we are changing the direction and the plan is taking root. But if you stop right there, if you just fund that, we're not going to get anywhere. You need to start funding some other areas, and I would emphasize the various business models and the grant writers would be next in line, because we need to resolve this water issue. And unless the territory is able to come up with $50 million, then we need to pull those dollars from the federal level. And we believe that there are funds available, but we have to go after them. And we need people who can write grants to make sure we tap into them. And we need the business models in place so farmers can be supported directly. But it goes on. I mean, that's why it is a plan. If we fund one piece of it and don't fund the rest, we're not going to get there. Each piece, farmers need more equipment to be available to them. They need to have other sorts of resources, and some of the other personnel for the Department of Agriculture are individuals or positions that the farmers asked us to include, not something that I wanted. It's what they want. So you really have to look at this as a whole, but I start with the structural change, because we need to send a message that the Department of Agriculture is not the only advocate for agriculture. It has to be a territory-wide approach.
Who would you see, who's the entity that would actually begin the process of establishing this Local Food and Farm Advisory Committee, which is, you referenced that would be the entity that will be the new driving force for this plan. So whose job is it to get that committee established and off the ground, in your view?
Yeah, well, it's going to be the plan calls for, as the Act 8404, it indicates who the members are. So there is no question about who some of the core members would be. It's the president of the university, it is the Commissioner of Agriculture, and a number of other positions. We enhanced it, but those individuals, and they're defined more by their positions, would convene immediately. Getting the farmers elected or appointed would be very critical. And if we want to accept the advice of Ms. Sibley and add more individuals to the advisory committee, I certainly have no objection to that. But the individuals who have been named, if this is put into law, then they have to start operating immediately, and they have to make sure those other individuals who are not named are added to the advisory council immediately.
Right. So who would start that? Who would make that happen? I understand what you're saying, Dr. Hall, that it is there in the bill. So who would make it happen? As far as establishing the date, let's inviting folks, let us form, form the committee. Who is responsible for pulling that together?
It's not spelled out in the plan, but I would say intuitively, since Commissioner Nelson and I chaired the task force, and we, through this law being embraced, would also be on the committee, the council, I think we would convene that first meeting, just as we convened the task force to get us to this point of having a plan. Right. And we would have to do the same thing. But I do want to emphasize, we can't do that unless this plan is enacted and is funded at some level, because otherwise we would just be operating in a vacuum. But I, before this body, would agree that I would take the responsibility of convening that meeting as soon as this bill is signed into law.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. One thing that you said, and I looked at the plan, and I mean, this is something that every Virgin Islander should really be anxious about, and that is the fact that we've gotten accustomed to the reality that 97% of the food, our food supply, is imported. It's just sort of something that we accept because we live on an island, and we think that that is good, that is acceptable. And I know we may never be able to import 80% of our foods. However, we can do a lot better than importing 97%. And that is why I think the effort at putting together the territorial agricultural plan, it demonstrates that we are intentional in our efforts to become involved in making a dent in that regard. So I'm definitely very, very pleased that we've at least made that first step. And it is my hope and it is my commitment that whatever I can do to ensure that funding is provided to get the program off the ground, you can absolutely count on me in that regard. I'd like to ask just a final question to Mr. Brown and Ms. Sibley, and maybe all of the other testifiers. What, in your view, what would be your greatest priority with regards to the implementation of this plan? What is your greatest concern, I should say? What is your greatest concern?
Senator,
maybe I can start with Mr. Brown.
Senator, my greatest concern is the fact that in the past, and it continues now, is that it be funded. If this is going to go forward, as Dr. Hall has stated in his testimony, the advisory council will have to have to be initiated. The farmers have to be in place on that council. And then the Department of Agriculture itself, probably simultaneously with that council, will begin to have the funding required to start upgrading its human resource. Because that is the biggest part of actually activating most farmers and stepping up production. And I think from there, with a food coordinator, it will begin to tie things together where our farmers will begin to see that this is not what it was of the past. And as we work along, all those other things that are required to enhance the development of the industry will fall in place. Because you're talking about education, you're talking about water resources. And one of the key components of the water resource, which this plan has already added to it, is the conservation district. That's a piece of the puzzle that's been missing for over 40 years. And if that is part of this, the extent of the conservation district can assist with the water infrastructure development in the territory.
Thank you very much. I don't want to take advantage of my time. I know my time was called, but Ms. Sibley, can you comment on that?
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on that. I have three major concerns. One, the priority for funding. I do agree with Dr. Hall and Mr. Brown that the advisory council, if there was one priority to start, it's there. I would advocate that we look very closely at the makeup. My biggest concern is the erasure of the other support systems that support agriculture. You know, Dr. Hall said we need the community to know that there's another advocacy body for agriculture besides the department. But we have We Grow Food, we have Island Food Security, we have Southern African American Farmers Network. That's a national organization that is represented. The board chair is here, Yvette Brown. We have Virgin Islands Good Food. I am the national chair, first non-contiguous member to represent the National Farm to School Advisory Network. You have Virgin Islands Farmers Alliance, a 90-person body. We have the Territorial Agricultural Committee. So the question is, rural development demands rural entrepreneurship. So to centralize advocacy in one body devoid of the whole food system and all of its parts, private, civic, and government, is kind of scary to me, right? So the narrative that all the other works that held at 2% or the 3% until this plan it feels a little bit like it's being erased, and we have to be careful about that. We have to be careful because you have entities who've been holding space. How are they integrated into this plan to leverage the power of that 3% to move it forward? So like that is my biggest concern. Where are we creating collaborative measures with the existing advocates who do this just because they care, right? With just like farmers with relatively no support. My organization right now is writing checks for drought and writing checks for feed. It's not publicized. My organization right now is building a virtual farmers market and mapping all of the farms on the territory, right? But that has to be incubated within the advisory council. It just can't be 10 government appointees or 8 government appointees, because we realize that they sit in those positions by virtue of their job title, not by their passion, skill, or expertise, and that is subject to change every 4 years.
Thank you very much for your very important comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I was happy to hear from you. Thank you. No. Don't be sorry. It was good stuff. Next up, Madam President, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Let me first apologize for not making this morning's meeting, which I learned was a very interesting and important discussion that kind of left us sort of hanging, but I believe that it's important that we continue to have the discussions moving forward. But of course, this afternoon we are here to talk about agriculture and the agriculture plan. And I'm very happy that we're having the discussion. And I'm always mindful of giving credit where credit is due. While I was the sponsor of this legislation to establish the Ag Plan as a result of me sitting home in my kitchen during the early days of the pandemic, this agriculture conversation within the institution was really spurred by former Senator Alison Degazan. She sparked my interest, and there were commitments that were made, and it's important that we really remember those that came before us and had these conversations as to why we're where we are today. So as I listen to the conversation, my heart is beating fast, I have to tell you, because I'm hearing that there's so many moving targets and so many things that we have to do in order for us to make this a reality. But I want to first thank the leadership of Dr. Hall and his team for really pushing this forward. I remember when I brought this measure before the Senate, initially, the University of the Virgin Islands was not included. And as we had the discussion, I stepped back and I said to myself, in order for us to move this forward, we must include the university. So I'm very happy that we had the conversation and we were able to include the University of the Virgin Islands and all the other farmers that subsequently became involved as the discussions started and continued. But it's important that we understand our next steps. And you know, there's a lot of conversation around this, and I wish to remind us, all of us, and to include myself, that this is a living document. And while it is not and I don't want to use the word perfect, while there are things that need to be adjusted and amended in this plan, it's important that we find within ourselves a way to move forward with this plan if we are going to truly move agriculture forward in the Virgin Islands. So I listened to Ms. Sibley in particular and Mr. Brown. And Ms. Sibley is advocating and basically asking that we take a look, relook at or revisit the members of the Advisory Council. And I am most definitely prepared to do that. As a matter of fact, we've already started to do that. So that is a good conversation that we need to follow up on. So I'm not going to ask a question around it. I think it's important that as I sat and wrote the legislation with my team, some things were not considered. And if we are hearing from those that are boots on the ground that we need to relook at the Advisory Council, I am prepared to do that. So that's something that we will address right away. Now, let's talk about, and there's something else that concerns me. And I just have to put it on the record this afternoon. And it's tied to ownership. While we included the University of the Virgin Islands, and we do need to include all of our stakeholders that are that this particular plan is near and dear to, it's important that agriculture is at the table. And while I understand that the Department of Agriculture had to leave this afternoon, I need to find out from Mr. Chair, because I don't have it in my files, if there is even a testimony from the Department of Agriculture, because I don't see one. And that concerns me. And it just seems to me that every single time that we have the conversation around this plan, the lead continues to be the University of the Virgin Islands. So we need to have buy-in and ownership. I think my young colleague from St. Croix became a bit frustrated because the ownership, we're not hearing the ownership. So it briefs well for us to pump all this money into agriculture, but it is important that ownership is there so we can, in fact, execute this plan.
Time.
And I am a bit concerned about it, as while I'm the sponsor of the legislation, I'm a bit concerned. Did I hear time?
Yes, well, you could go ahead and wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, this is a long distance journey, as in the words of our president of the university. And I most definitely agree that if as we move this forward, those of us that are here today are planting trees that we may not sit under. However, we have to come up with a systematic plan. So I don't really want to necessarily ask questions around it. What is important for us to receive is what is it going to cost, or what are we in for us to at minimum begin to fund the Agriculture Advisory Council and the water component. I think those are the two main things that I see that are pressing as we speak, and the funding of the I think the coordinator position in particular. So those are the things that we need to get in front of us so we can begin to fund this. I know that there is a $11.5 or so million ask. And of course, we have to work very closely with the governor in order for us to make this work. Because again, there must be buy-in from the executive branch. It's one thing for us to legislate, but there must be buy-in. So, Dr. Hall, I know that you laid out specifically about the advisory council, and we can make the adjustments based on the recommendations that we're getting from folks that are on the call on today's meeting. But let's talk about the water component. Let's talk about that a little more. So let me just hear from, I think, Mr. Brown and President Hall around the water component, and how important is that for us to move forward in securing that conservation piece to move this along. Please.
Okay,
Mr. Brown?
I will go. The conservation district was implemented by law 1954. It has worked up to 2004 or 2002. I believe at this time the commissioner is working with NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation District, Natural Resources Conservation Service, because we had a meeting with NACD, which is the National Conservation Association of the United States. And they are the ones that begin to implement the coming back of the Conservation District through the Department of Agriculture, and have sponsored funding for individuals to start seeking out individuals for the Conservation District. I cannot attest to why there is not a written testimony, but however, the Conservation District is a component of the agriculture, of the territorial agricultural industry, that if it is put in place, then it can also become part of the water board as described in the document itself. Now, the boundaries of the Conservation District is wide. Even though it's a volunteer quasi-government agency, it also can go as far as Washington and have the partnership with over in excess of 500 other conservation districts, where they can state things or implement or advocate for the agricultural bill. Now, if that component is complete,
you can wrap it up.
If that component is complete, then we can have a water board that has DPNR, even Public Works, and those other agencies that's responsible for the conservation issues within the territory. Because what is happening is that we are building out, we are developing without any idea of how it's affecting our environment. And water is most important, and that is helping in climate change. We are an island. Land is limited. And if we continue in the way that we are working, we are going to be worse off in the next few years. Our droughts are becoming longer, and we are in a drought up to a year and a half up to today. So you're talking about a water board being able to be implemented and work on the behalf of reconstructing our waterways and our water infrastructure throughout the territory.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can President Hall please respond? Senator Gittins, please. This is an important discussion.
President Howell, you may respond.
Thank you. I will be brief. Water is the #1 issue that farmers on the surveys we did in the town halls raised. So it is crucial, without a doubt. The water board that we're asking be established and having an entity that is overseeing and looking at this issue on a systematic basis, as Mr. Brown indicated, is just critical. I do believe, though, that there needs to, even though we see the vast majority of the funding being acquired at the federal level, as I said in my testimony, I think there needs to be some local funding to prime the pump so that we can start doing some things in regards to water delivery, making sure some of the systems that we have in place are working appropriately. But if there is one thing that could be done to really change the dynamic, it is making sure that we are addressing the issue of water supply, water distribution, water cultivation, and the plan calls for that.
Thank you, President Hall, and thank you, Madam President. We also, Madam Clerk, I don't think we get to, did we get to read the USDA NRCS letter into the record? That's the Natural Resource Conservation Service.
No, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed with that, and then we'll close out with Senator Whitaker.
Letter from Luis A. Cruz Arroyo, Caribbean Area Director, United States Department of Agriculture, National Resource Conservation Services, dated July 14, 2022. On behalf of the USDA NRCS, we apologize for not being able to participate in today's hearing. We can submit written deposition, but due to previous commitments, we will not be able to complete the document until next Friday, if you would allow us. We are committed to helping the farmers of the USVI, and we will try to support the new ag plan within the authorities of the agency. We can also bridge with other USDA agencies as needed. Best regards, Luis A. Cruz Arroyo, Caribbean Area Director.
That's it?
Chairman, that is a testimony.
Thank you. Mr. President, has DPNR been a part of this? Are they a part of your committee, the task force?
No, they are not. Some of our committee or task force members did reach out to them, but they were not an official member of the task force.
So have there
we
been?
We are advocating or recommending in the report that they be a member of the council.
Yes, which seems to be crucial. Okay. Madam Secretary, Senator Whitaker, you're recognized. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, to colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing audience, and especially good afternoon to our testifiers. I want to say that, well, first, I'm glad we're at this point, having participated as one senator who is deeply involved in agriculture from a perspective of our youth, perspective of especially our farmers to support our youth, and it's really a daunting task. And I really, to you, Mr. Brown, to you, to Mrs. Sibley, Brown, It's just thank you all for your advocacy, the tremendous passion and love you have for farming, and we are now at this juncture. I want to put out to Dr. Hall and Dr. Adamu on the UVI, and also Mr. Olive, who's on. Thank you. To Dr. Hall and to Dr. Adamu, I do commend UVI, but one of the things that I want to reach out to you all about and ask the question is, how has UVI really, even modeling to, for example, the Department of Education and the Department of Agriculture that is responsible for our outstanding effort to actually teach agriculture in the classrooms. Of course, I thank you for participating in my last hearing, Dr. Hall, when I dove into this long-standing issue of agriculture. And part of the plan includes the education component, which is really critical. So how have you, since promulgating the plan, really worked to ensure that you're going to work with Department of Education and Department of Agriculture to see to it that we actually teach agriculture in the classroom?
Well, the first answer is that in developing the plan, we met with the Department of Education. We laid out the curriculum, had a discussion with them and the curriculum committee about how this would be laid out, because we believe there needs to be a comprehensive funded approach towards education throughout the system. So we are hoping that this plan is officially enacted so that we can start working with the Department of Ed, the workforce development entity, the Board of Education, so that this comprehensive approach is implemented. I applaud the hearing that you convened to look at prior laws that were passed that indicated that there should be agriculture in the classroom in a systematic way, but I think one would have to conclude that that has not occurred, and therefore we believe that this plan, if adopted and funded, would make that a reality, and make it a reality in a very systematic way. We have certainly worked very closely with the Department of Agriculture. There were 3 members of the department who were on the task force, so they were very instrumental in helping us think through all of these recommendations, and they certainly were very helpful in developing the curriculum.
But Dr. I'll just cut you because of time, some time's sake, but unfortunately, though, the outcome is that neither the Board of Education, Department of Education, neither of them have able to provide an actual document, an actual curriculum document to date. And so I'm just asking, with your expertise, with Dr. Adamu, if you'd be willing to work with the stakeholders so that they actually complete the exercise of the curriculum, which does not come at comes at a cost, but I don't think it would require that necessarily for the persons in those policy positions that are responsible for the curriculum. So we're gonna continue to work together and drive that home. On the other item, not just water, which is critical, crucial, we have infrastructure. A lot of the farmers are needing actual fencing and infrastructure, and we find often that the Department of Agriculture is not in any way, buying large quantities of different, basic things they can buy in bulk for them to purchase directly from. That's not occurring. And so that also needs to be addressed as well, some basic fencing. And our farmers go through too much in dealing with the USDA with respect to even getting the fencing. I want to kind of turn it over now to our farmers. Mr. Brown, can you speak to just your current experience, even dealing with the federal government, even directly, or even in coordination with the Department of Agriculture, if anything, to help with the fencing, with the purchase of bulk equipment, with really supporting farmers in the way they need to?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Yes, that will be fine for farmers. NRCS has been the one that farmers will go to for the purpose of acquiring a contract, and those contracts will provide the farmers with conservation practices, which would be fencing, wells, water storage, prescribed grazing, grass planting, things of that nature. But what has been missing out of this whole equation is that it's been placed on the Department of Agriculture to amend something that was missing, and that is the Conservation District. The Conservation District plays that significant role where it can go in between the NRCS and the fact that farmers have to spend money first, conduct the practice, and then get reimbursed. Okay. The Conservation District plays that role where it works with NRCS, works with the farmers, and in turn, if the Conservation District is funded appropriately, then they can be the go-in-between for that infrastructure conservation planning practices that can be initiated on every farm. Because that in itself gives the farmer water storage, whether it is a well to be dug, training, subsoiling, making sure that the runoff of a livestock farm or the runoff from an agricultural farm, depending on the type of fertilizer that they're using, that maintains on the farm itself and doesn't get into our waterways. So there's a lot that the Conservation District can do. At this point, there is no conservation division within the Department of Agriculture as of 2014. That was eliminated, and the department is in the position it is right now because of attrition over the period of time. The conservation division within the department would have worked with the conservation district in order to mitigate some of the climate change that we are having now in respect to water being sent to the ocean instead of being trapped on land. The past conservation district has strategically placed ponds in place that holds back that water. Today, those ponds are filled with sediment. So therefore, you have an immediate runoff and there's no trapment of that water. And that in itself is causing wells to decrease in the amount of water that they produce because there's no percolation in towards the ground to refill our aquifer, to recharge our aquifer. So in saying that, if we are not persistent in having the conservation district put in place, or those names reaching the legislature from the governor, this water board, even though it can exist, it will not exist without the conservation district, which has a long arm and a significant amount of partners that it can partner with to help us here in the territory and direct us to where most of those fundings are in respect of this water infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you for your, and just to close out, and that's what we're doing. We're helping to restore, because as I've sat with elders and so on to know we once had a Department of Agriculture that was really into our farmers and leadership as well. So I appreciate what we're doing and what we're doing to restore agriculture in our territory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Vice President, point of inquiry, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the Senate President, Fred Gregory, had inquired about the costs associated with the Advisory Council as well as the Conservation District members. What was the, I don't know, Dr. Hall, had you given the Senate President a cost associated with that? I don't remember hearing a response in regards to cost.
Yeah, I didn't recall a specific question just on that, but in the budget, we lay out what it would take for the advisory committee, and it is one of the lowest amounts. I think it's around 20,000 was that amount for the honorariums for those individuals, especially the farmers who were on that. The water board, I don't know if there was a specific cost for the water board itself. It was more funding that was allocated or a broad amount of funding that was needed to implement the entire water plan. And so what the discussion needs to be is, for this upcoming fiscal year, how much would we allocate from local funds to prime the pump so that we can start addressing some of the immediate water needs of farmers, and then to have the grant writers in place so they can start going after larger funds. So I would hope that there could be further discussions around specific budget items and a budget amount for this upcoming fiscal year, so that various items that we are recommending receive some funding. And that is something that I hope the body would be open to, one, embracing the plan, and then having a discussion about the specific amount that would be allocated for this first fiscal year, with the understanding that over time those amounts will have to increase.
Very well. Thank you. Also, I'm coming to you, Mr. Brown. Also, there was some discussion during the 33rd legislature in respect to us revisiting our available wells. I don't know if former Deputy Commissioner Carty, you familiar with the legislation that came down in respect to that? I know that Senator Degazan was responsible for moving that legislation for, I think, is a well and aquifer study.
Are you talking about the well digging unit?
Yes. That plus some studies to revisit our aquifer as well as the available wells that had, just as Mr. Brown had indicated, have since dried up and not been accessible.
So the legislation, I believe, I am familiar, but I'm only familiar with the legislation that gave funding for a well digging unit to be established at the Department of Agriculture. It is my understanding that the funds were in the process of being allocated when I was leaving, and that program was discussed as part of the agricultural plan. As far as the aquifers and such, I don't believe that was a part of that plan, but it is something that is discussed regularly with the NRCS and with the watershed programs across the territory, including on St. John. I know in particular we've had that conversation quite a lot, and we also have had it for St. Thomas and St. Croix as well.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brown had wanted to respond to a previous question. If you allow it, to appreciate it.
You may, Mr. Brown.
The Conservation District, by law, was given, and this is since 1954, somewhere between 1965, it was given $30,000 then to actually work with. This is 2022. So most of the individuals from the water board are government officials or commissioners or appointees. So the conservation districts are volunteers, and they are appointed and approved by the legislature. So therefore, I cannot say how much monies the conservation district is going to need in order to activate itself, but it has to be formed and then create a budget, who's going to house it, where it's going to be housed, and all of this stuff before costs can be placed on what it's going to cost to operate the conservation district. I could definitely do that.
Thank you.
If approved by the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Now, sometimes I would wonder if we're one government, because, I mean, where's DPNR? Obviously, we need, and that's not for you to answer, of course. I'm just speaking out loud. But in reviewing the plan, I want to thank you again, Dr. Hall and the team, the entire team, for your efforts to review the Virgin Islands Code as well. And I note that there's quite a bit of existing policy around agriculture that remains unfunded. Do we have any specific funding recommendations for these initiatives that you spoke of? I mean, you don't have to lay them out now, but have the team been able to discuss that so that you can bring forth dollar amounts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the budget outlines exactly what we hoped would be necessary to fund it for the first year. Great. And it is a significant amount. It's 11.4 million. As I said,
okay,
I think what...
Right, okay. So I just wanted to make sure that you have those specific funding recommendations. Now, which of these unfunded programs are your highest priorities? Have you broken that down to have your highest priorities so that we could know where to start?
We have not prioritized them. In that first mandate, we do list the positions that were mandated but never funded. But we have not gone through them and said, out of these 6 or 7, here's the top one. Okay. And that, again, as I indicated, is a discussion that I know the task force would be more than willing to have with this body or a representative from this body. We gave the complete budget. We recognize that there's some limitations that you face and that the government face, and we would love to have that discussion of trying to come up with something that is fundable that can get this plan implemented and started.
Great.
Dr. Hall, if I may, Chair and Dr. Hall,
sure.
Just add on quickly.
Please identify yourself before you proceed, though.
Yes, Hannah Carty, former Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Agriculture. As we wrote the recommendations for the unfunded items, if you look in the budget, we did break it out into a series of years, and those unfunded items were spread out over the course of those years. So there are some minor recommendations based on the needs of the department at the time to what positions and what items should be funded in the initial years, not necessarily first or last.
Thank you so much for that. And I believe in continuing through the plan, I believe granting farmland leases to graduates of the university is an outstanding idea in order to boost production and to keep these trained professionals here in the territory. How many students does UVI currently have in the agriculture program? And is anything being done to promote this program within our high schools?
Yes, there is. We have a full-time recruiter in the School of Agriculture who is out meeting with students and meeting with the public to encourage them to enroll. We have only 6 students enrolled right now, and that's because we only recently passed the bachelor's degree. We had certificates passed, we had associate degrees, but the board in its June meeting passed the baccalaureate degree for agriculture. So now students know that they can get their full degree with us, and we see those numbers growing in the years to come.
Great. And if we could meet our goals outlined here, this 11.4 million that you speak of will be money well spent. So again, thank you for this. And lastly, I must say or ask, how can we look at supporting our livestock farmers a little better? We've created a hardship for them for quite some time, and for a number of years. with the lengthy closure of the abattoir. Have there been any discussions to this end with the Agriculture Commissioner?
There has been, and I am sorry that he is not here because he is the person who is most up to date on what the plans are in regards to that facility. So unfortunately, I cannot answer that question in his absence.
Okay. I just want to thank each and every one of you for your time here today and the time that you've put into this plan. And I'll give each person about 30 seconds to just do a closeout, and I'll start with Ms. Sibley Brown.
So I'll make it quick. You could, right now, we could use ARPA funds to go ahead and fix our water infrastructure. We don't have to wait. The American Rescue Plan, it is a closed small window. DPNR, UVI, Department of Agriculture, private sector needs to go after the ARPA funds because it could take care of infrastructure and deal with our wells. Second.
And we just need to get them together.
Yeah, it's about writing the plan, but we can't let 2 years pass. Second, in the interim, when that water study is being handled, we need to find a way to address water now. So where is there a water subsidy that could be provided to farmers? Because have we balanced what it would cost to create a well digging unit versus creating a water subsidy that matches farmers' needs? And I'll talk to you off mic.
Yesterday I was told that I think DPNR is supposed to be rolling out something with the land and water use. Something is supposed to be coming out, it's supposed to be made public. Yeah, so with some contract. So hopefully y'all can have the discussion. Mr. Brown, you may proceed with your closeout.
Thank you. This plan is short of an economic impact that is going to take part in the territory. And this is for the long haul. We oftentimes look at agriculture as beside ourselves. So therefore, if we include the Bureau of Economic Analysis into this document, we'll begin to see the impact that can take place economically and socially in the territory. It is very important that we understand that this is an industry and not just an arbitrary part of our community. This is a lifelong development. And within the industry, there's over 300 careers. And every career that there is a derivative of this industry. So therefore, it's imperative that as an island, we start to look at food sovereignty, food security, and in the future, when anyone desire to look at ag land, to do whatever they feel that this legislature put in place, that predominantly the lands that are left, that they no longer can be touched, not even by the legislature. It's closed. Because if we don't do that, we're going to continue slipping, until our future, especially our children, would not have anything to live on. So the development, this plan, is the gateway, the open door that we all need to actually work with. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Dr. Olive?
Yes, I'm here. To carry on with what Mr. Brown was just saying, I believe that this plan is, he's been farming, I've been farming, Lucas here has been farming, Luca, over 20 years here in St. Croix individually and with our teams and other farmers like us. This has been the most comprehensive agriculture plan in existence, getting the most feedback, the most wide-ranging plan that I believe that could be a legacy for the current senators and the governor to implement to affect the long-term agricultural guidance for the Virgin Islands, which we sorely need. Farmers cannot survive without some guidance and support from the government. And I see it as a legacy. And the Frits Lawaetz in the Senate building there, his legacy with the Senapole cattle carries on through today. While some political appointments may come and go, a lot of these farmers and our legacies, the trees that we plant, the animals and systems that we create will continue on. And I don't think it's perfect, the plan. I think there's things that we can pick at, and there's some things to continue to work on. But I just hope it gets support. And my biggest fear is that it's not funded and not supported. And so I just encourage that a legacy continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Olive. Mr. Gaspari?
Yes, I'm very impressed with everything here. I've been to many ag meetings over the years, and there's so much constructive energy here right now, and it gives me hope. There is no blaming, we all have to make this better. I wanted to touch on what Summer said. We just have to remember and include everyone that has been working so hard for so many years. And Summer should be paid a lot more. And and Dale and Nate, because they're advocates. I'm just a farmer. I just try to farm, but they're really trying to make the future better. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have you ever had Summer's macaroni and cheese?
Senator. That's not locally grown.
Dr. Hall, you're recognized for your closeout.
Thank you, Senator. First of all, I want to thank the Senate for creating this opportunity for us to officially present the agriculture plan, and to thank you for the questions that you have raised, which are all valid. I personally want to thank all of the members of the Agriculture Plan Task Force. We worked hard for many months, and they did it without compensation. They did it from a love for what is happening in this territory and a love for agriculture. And so I applaud each member. All of them were not able to be present, but each person whose name I called out is really individuals who this territory is indebted to for the contribution they made to creating this plan. I also, as a way of emphasizing and clarifying a point I made earlier, is the reason I said that this plan is creating a broader base of advocacy besides the Department of Agriculture is the fact that we are here, and the Senate is creating an audience for us in ways that it has not in regards to these types of issues. And second, and more importantly, right now, as far as I'm aware, it is only the Department of Agriculture that receives annual funding from the government as a way to support agriculture. And what this plan is doing is to say it is not just the Commissioner of Agriculture that you must provide funding to. It is this broad-based plan that includes farmers, that include representatives from various entities, including the university, that are trying to work to be a voice for agriculture productivity and for increasing the quality of life for all members of the Virgin Islands. And to me, that is a very unique part of this approach. And finally, I, like others, are really urging that this does not just become a plan on paper. It needs to be officially enacted by this body, and it needs to be funded. and the task force was willing to work to figure out what is an appropriate amount to get it started and to be continuing advocates so that this really does change the course of the territory going forward. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing us to be present.
Thank you again, and thank you to all of you. We had a good day today with two major discussions. I want to say thank you to staff, media, public relations, security, everyone, all my colleagues for coming out and being part of the discussion. In closing, just let me say again condolences to the families of the Honorable Governor Charles Wesley Turnbull, the 6th elected governor of these beautiful Virgin Islands, whose body was brought back to the territory yesterday. State funeral arrangements are pending, so listen out closely for those funeral arrangements, and also to the family of our departed brother, Mr. Webster, particularly here on St. Croix. Again, condolences to the families. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Thursday, July 14, 2022 is hereby adjourned.